Yeah, I'm excited to give this a shot. So let's open up the downloadable content and give it a shot. Starting off with The Sins of New Wells. So, Roy, how are you liking it here at Ninth? As exciting as your old district? Thankfully, no. There were some strange things going on there, Cliff. Detective Samson and Sevilla, we've got one for you. Hope you didn't speak too soon. Look at this face. Look at this guy. This is, I don't know if it's intentional, but watch this game hit a Gustav moment. Please, no. I'm not ready for that. He reminds me a lot of the guy from Disco Elysium, which I guess makes sense since he's a cop. So that's very interesting. The look that this dude has, like, he definitely looks like he's about to go on a 3-day bender and lose all his memories. An old friend returns in The Sins of New Wells, in which a new district means business as usual. All right. Okay. Story? We don't have any of that. Not yet. This is hints? Yeah, I am unworried about hints at the moment. What is this, like a sticker? Oh, this is the thing that we just saw. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I accept. I was hoping I could drag it around. There's like a phone. We got a gun. It's a neat looking gun. Some film here. I guess each of these are... I don't know what these are. They got the film sticking out of them, though. The Sins of New Wells. Yeah, here we go. All right. Section 1. Following orders. A deadly pursuit. Gotta click the mouse button in order to move on. All right, here we go. Ready to play some more Golden Idol. Just immediately into it. Oh, I'm so here for this. All right, what have we got? Who are these idiots? This is, I think, supposed to be like the main character, like the perspective character. And this is his partner, I suppose. Strange that only the foreigners were able to describe it, eh, Roy? Actually, Cliff, that part makes perfect sense to me. It's what happened on the rooftop I'm baffled by. That part may have to wait for another day. Only foreigners were able to describe it. And he's like, nope, that is completely normal. Okay. So what happened? Bystander. Sorry, detective, but no, I didn't get a good look at the car that damaged mine. Anyway, it's fine. Please, I don't want to pursue it. Very well. What was your order, by the way? What? Oh, a chicken royale meal with garlic sauce. Why? You're sure you didn't ask for extra sour sauce? Perfectly sure, detective. Really? All right, well, take those notes. I'm sure his order will matter a lot. We have an events thing. I'm not ready to look at this yet. Who are these idiots? What is this outfit? Are they on the job? Some job? Unclear what job? Cop vigilante. While my partner here interviewed the waitress, I searched the surrounding area. Soon as I found the body, I notified you guys in homicide. Oh, they're traffic cops. Okay. We made sure no one left the diner from that point on, to ensure we didn't have to deal with anyone trying to play vigilante. Boy, there is some unforgivable facial hair in this game. I got here within a few minutes of the 911 call. The local cops arrived quickly, too. Dispatch will have notified them at the same time they sent me out, because the caller said that the waitress had been attacked. Oh, okay. The caller said that the waitress had been attacked. Alright, should we talk to more bystanders? What is this? Another car? Whoa, We called for an ambulance right away after seeing what that brute on the scooter did to the poor waitress's arm. Very good. Now, could you describe the car that was parked in lot 4 when all this was happening? Sorry, no, we, don't remember it, do we, sweetums? No. Shake that head, lady. Oh my god. Orders. What did the customers in lots 2 and 4 order? Good question. Very good question. Burger Royale meal, chicken Royale meal, a meat surprise wrap, chicken surprise wrap. I tell you what, the last thing I want from my meat at a fast food place is for it to be surprising. That's not a thing that I want. What's up, Ender? How's it going? Your favorite Golden Idol DLC. Cool, cool. Ah, we found a new place. With some stuff. And a guy. Surprise adds to the thrill. I am very rarely ordering fast food for thrills. That's also a thing I don't want out of my fast food. Can you describe the car that was in lot 4 when all this occurred? Sorry, I don't remember. There must not have been anything remarkable about it. Well, how about their order? Do you remember that? Sure. 2 Burger Royale meals, 2 Chicken Royale meals, and a meat surprise wrap. What about lot 2's order? That one was easy. A Chicken Royale meal with tomato sauce. Alright. Lot 4. 2 Burger Royale meals. I guess we'll start on this, right? 2 Burger Royale meals. 2 Chicken Royale meals. And a meat surprise wrap for lot 4. Lot 2 ordered a Chicken Royale meal with tomato sauce. I guess it zeros the rest of the way through? That's probably not right. I'm not going to fill that in yet. Okay. Which goes against what this dude said? No. A Chicken Royale meal with garlic sauce. And garlic sauce? Sour sauce? None of these are garlic or sour. Wait, how much garlic is in pesto? Should I recognize that garlic and pesto are the same thing? I don't understand food. Alright, let's talk to the employees. Maybe they'll give me more information. I was bringing out the order for lot 2, when all of a sudden some bearded freak whizzed up to me on a scooter, twisted my arm, and snatched the bag right out of my hand. Do you remember what the order was for? The order? It was a Chicken Royale meal with barbecue sauce. Why? Lot 2. Chicken Royale meal with barbecue sauce. Barbecue sauce? Maybe that is a second Chicken Royale meal? This doesn't feel right. Yo, the 5-stream streak? Congratulations, Ender. No matter. How about lot 4? What did they order? 2 Burger Royale meals, 2 Chicken Royale meals, and a meat surprise wrap. I don't see what... Please describe the car from lot 4. I've seen so many cars today, I really can't remember. Nobody knows what the car looks like. All today's money is in the cash register. Only the manager knows the code for the safe. I see. Final question. Can you describe the car that was in lot 4? Sorry, I'm no good with cars. They all look the same to me. And are these the foreigners? Maybe. We saw the man in the red jacket speed away on his scooter. Then the cook stormed out from the kitchen and cried, "Some bearded guy just stole the extra sour sauce!" Straight after, all the young gentlemen left in the most magnificent car. Painted like a tiger it was. A tiger with a lion's mane. Then we went back to our meals. A few minutes later, though, we heard distant thunder. Odd, given the fine weather. Oh my god, this is a Type Help crossover! Nobody remembers the car, because the car was unwritten from existence! Maybe. Well, we have a lot more to discover here, so let's move along before we make any unfounded assumptions. Okay, so this is where we came from. So I guess in order. Here's a scooter. Love scooters. Here, okay, so tire tracks, right? Other tire tracks. Footsteps along the side here. And then footsteps leading from the scooter. With these cross hatches instead of this very distinctive pattern. The tire has been shot! Oh, that could be the sound of distant thunder, I suppose. ESS. For a second, I thought that said egg. But it does not look like it says egg. This man does not have a beard. A melee weapon. Wow. Bauer Youth Sports League. The man is not breathing. He is soaked from head to toe. Hand? Are you missing a hand? No, you got both your hands. This is somebody else's hand. That looks like wiring. Why is there wiring on the hand? Also, both of the footsteps go into this door. That also looks like wiring? That's super weird. This should just be water, shouldn't it? Why does the water have tentacles? Door upstairs. Oh, the same footsteps go in from up here. I guess they go out and back in? Water tower fell. Oh, okay, it's not the water pipe. It's the metal. So there's just a chunk cut out of the metal. Because that doesn't look like it connects correctly, right? This would connect to here and leave just this little thin chunk connected to this little thin chunk. So his whole circle is just... like, the thing got cored, right? Just this whole chunk of metal pulled out of it and replaced with this wiring. And also the same thing happened here, which might be in line? So this could be from out here, or maybe from in here, a shot that blew through this whole mess. Yeah, this is also just straight up cord, right? This whole circle cut out. Fascinating. I'm still missing a spot. Where is the spot I am missing? Was there a spot in here that I'm missing? Oh, the TV. By seeking the advice of upstanding community members like my new partner on the Heritage Project, we've all been able to crack down on criminals like the Andir gang. Sure, the Andirs are weaker, but their rivals have filled the void. Those thugs in white ties are everywhere now. Property values are up, and we are working to renew historical buildings. You mean gentrification is increasing the cost of living. Crime is down, the drug trade is down. Are you kidding? I see euphoric synthetic serotonin being dealt on every other street corner. Oh, ESS is a drug. Oh, great! We got new drugs to think about. I love drugs. Alright, so, what's the take here? Man in the red jacket speed away on his scooter. Which I guess is this guy on his scooter. This scooter, presumably. It's shot, but it's not shot in the same way that this is, like, shot open. This looks like maybe people entering, but this looks like people exiting. So that's interesting. Yeah, this arm here, it kind of looks like it ought to be this dude's arm, but isn't. This thumb is backwards. This thumb is backwards. What the hell? I don't like that. Yeah, this is this dude's arm. And he's got a fake arm attached to it. A different arm. Somebody attached a different arm here. What? It's like, that looks weird, and I don't understand why it looks weird. And I had to, like, physically maneuver my hand into, like, what that position would look like in order to be able to tell. Yeah, that thumb is on the wrong side of the hand. That is a right hand. This man has two right hands. That's weird. That's a weird thing for a man to have. And then this is yet another right hand. Every hand is right hand? Are they right-hand men? Do you at least have a right hand and a left hand? This dude has a right hand and a left hand. That's a left hand. That looks like probably a right hand and a left hand. Alright, so there's an extra right hand here, and the dude in a jacket is missing, has a right hand instead of a left hand, and I have no idea what to make of that. None whatsoever. So this is the gangs that they mentioned, right? Andiers is the one that they were cracking down on, and then the car in lot 4 had, so is part of the gang, right? The Czars. That's why nobody recognizes it, because they don't want to finger the Czars. They don't want to point the finger at the Czars. They do not want to indicate the Czars. Probably shouldn't use finger as a verb like that. It's dangerous. Okay. So these numbers are consistent from what people have told me they've ordered. But somebody also mentioned garlic raw sauce and sour sauce, and those are not on this list. Two burger royale meals, 2 chicken royale meals, and a meat surprise wrap. Chicken royale meal with tomato sauce. The order for lot 2, chicken royale meal with barbecue sauce. 2 burgers, 2 chickens, and a meat surprise wrap. Seeing what that brute on the scooter did to the poor waitress's arm. Oh. Yeah, I guess she looks like she might be missing an arm. It doesn't show it here. But yeah, that could very well be the waitress's right hand. It's got the right red, I think. Oh, no, it would have been white, not red. Unless that's blood? Maybe it's blood. Unless that's the waitress's hand? I don't know, man. Something weird is going on here. It's not just drugs. Things are very weird. Alright, what do the events look like? A... bystander? Bearded man, I think. Stole stuff as it was being delivered to Lot 2. Stole food. Do we think it's and drugs? Food and sauce is the information that we have. But maybe the sour sauce is drugs? Oh, maybe nobody's talking about the gang car because they're all gang affiliated. So they don't want to... They don't want to, they'd be getting themselves in trouble if they indicate that it was a gang car. Caller said the waitress had been attacked. Some bearded freak whizzed up to me on a scooter, twisted my arm, and snatched the bag right out of my hand. Chicken Royale meal with barbecue sauce. Chicken Royale meal with tomato sauce. Chicken Royale meal with garlic sauce. Some bearded guy just stole the extra sour sauce. Sour sauce. So we have 4 different sauces, 2 of which aren't even on the menu. Garlic sauce and sour sauce aren't even on the menu. So I think it's a decent odds that this is drugs and not sauce. But we'll keep that going because they yelled about some dude being okay. In a car that had been parked in lot 4, some number of gangsters gave chase and shot the bearded man's vehicle tire. The bearded man then ran up the fire escape, pursued by some of the gangsters on foot. Okay, so we have bearded man and gangsters. Maybe lots of gangsters, actually. The czars, even. Yeah, their shoes have the czar symbol, so it's the symbol. Okay, yeah. So these are gangsters. This is the bearded man. He took a chunk out of here and knocked it over onto the gangsters. And then took a chunk out of here and ran through with the gangsters in hot pursuit. The bearded man came out. Some gangsters were down here. Some other gangsters came out of the door. And we have no idea whose hand this is. Somehow, the water tower fell, killing one gangster. Maybe. In the same way, somehow, somehow, the door was opened. When the bearded man got downstairs, a fight broke out in which someone somehow lost a hand. So how many gangsters do we have? So we have gangsters on foot coming out of the car. Some number of gangsters. Some number of gangsters up here. I guess at least 2. And then at least 1 more. Maybe 2 more? This could be 2 more down here. So I'm going to guess 4? 2 or fewer incorrect. Maybe it's 3? 3 or 4, we don't know. I think this is drugs. It was 5 for some reason. I don't know why it was 5, but it was 5 for some reason. A bearded man snatched a bag of food from a diner employee, but unbeknownst to him, the diner was controlled by a gang and the bag contained drugs. You think the hands thing is legitimately an art error? Yeah, the deeper I got into it, the more it felt like a red herring or unrelated. Some of the gang members chased the thief down, but he managed to incapacitate 2 of them in an unusually destructive way. Oh, the one downstairs is the 5th one. The one downstairs is the 5th one. 2 up top, 2 down here, and this one was also a gang member. Not filled in, yeah. Alright, so I guess we'll do 0s for the rest of them. Just so it's filled in. Really? Oh, because this is a 1. What? Okay, that's correct. That's correct. Did they have a different order? Maybe they got the barbecue sauce? Maybe they got the pesto sauce? I don't know why they got any sauce. I don't think they got any sauce. Ah, there was no sauce ordered. They were just talking about sauces because it was the drugs. And nobody knew what the order actually was because there was no additional sauce ordered. It was just drugs. That makes sense. All right. Cool. So this not Chick-fil-A is a Czar's hangout, and they are distributing drugs from it. So this line is neat. Strange that only the foreigners were able to describe it. Actually, Cliff, that part makes perfect sense. Yeah, that checks out. A moment, if you will. So we have the ending thing here. You have solved the scenario. Unbeknownst to him, the diner was controlled by a gang, and the bag contained drugs. Mayor Meredith lashes out at cops. The mayor of New Wells has blamed police for the city's growing drug problem, and raised questions of possible corruption within the force. Moira Meredith made the remarks at a press conference yesterday, which she had called to discuss her ongoing Heritage Project. It has been so long since I played the original campaign, Heritage Project is ringing bells for me, but I don't remember any Moira Meredith. She said, drugs are flooding our city, and the fault lies solely with our police. Excuse me. At best, their leadership is incompetent and must change. At worst, we'll need a full-scale inquiry into possible corruption. A spokesman for New Wells Police's Narcotics Division said, "Our officers are doing the best that any department could do. Investigations are underway in all known high-crime areas of the city, but so far no major drug labs have been located. The investigation will continue as usual, and the manufacturers will be found." Okay. And now we have story elements. The Czar's gang, which I can't fill in, headed by some dude, was one of 2 something gangs in New Wells. 2 drug dealers? Something something gained something something's something by working on the something, and gave advice that, did something, the something gang. Yeah, alright. It's all coming together. Everything's becoming clear. Nothing is becoming clear. But we have a story. Yeah, a lot of something 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 going on there. Trouble unleashed. A tragic day at the races. Oh no! My Uma Musumes! Hello, I have pressed anywhere. Please continue. Oh, that does not look like an Uma Musume. I don't know what that is, but I don't want any part of it. Alright, we'll start over here. Good thing we got here before they could get rid of the body. Find out anything out, Roy? Looks like something happened at the office as well. I'll be damned. How'd they get past those 2 guards? I have a theory. I'll have to check some details. Anything else? How'd your interviews go? It's interesting, Cliff. They're evasive, but I'm not sensing any outright lies. Except perhaps this vet business. Giant rat races. That seems as likely as anything else, honestly. Alright, so there was a gun. The pistol has been recently fired. Was it fired into this man? Gunshot wound. It was! A bloody lip. Oh. There was fighting. Also, this key. 2 to 3 p.m. feed dogs. I'm sorry. Dogs? I do not want to pet that dog. 3 p.m. onwards. Prep for race, then run errand for HB. Number 17 has become overly protective. Easier just to keep by my side at all times. I wonder which number this is. Lockpicks? Dude had lockpicks in his jacket? That's, something. Emergency release. Knocked? Really? Drill microphone tools. Zira. Zira's not on the list. Theft. Death. Alright. So we have some times here. Prep for race, then run errand for HB. What else do we have? New Wells dog tracked. Who's this idiot? I took a hit for that guy. Hope he got what he came for. Now I just gotta collect myself and keep away from those cops. Is this Tiger? Tiger stripes? That is a fascinating pattern. So you didn't see anything? Not at the kennels. I must apologize. I did see 2 men running away from the office. Then someone else went up to the door a little bit later. Could you describe the person? Not really. I was distracted by the sound of the race starting and that lovely polka-dotted dog. I had good money on her. Dogs. Dog track. Dogs? 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 Aardvark hyenas. I guess we could go with dog. Twizzle. All right, the lady was voting for Twizzle. Jess. Maggie. Godsend. Are any of these number 17? I guess we can't really tell from here, can we? I almost didn't see up here. Do you know anything about what happened? I just come down from the north side of town and don't know much about this place, but I think someone in a big coat entered the kennels. All right, what about your recording here? The 3-day cassette tape is full. Full of recordings. Interesting. Northsider. Lockpicks. So was this the thief? He has a key, so there's no reason for this to be the thief. But apparently, the thief left their jacket. Someone in a big coat. What is this dog chewing on? Fascinating that this is locked with a broom like this. That, I imagine, is not the way these cells are usually locked. So I guess the emergency release got hit, and then this got slipped in to prevent this particular dog from being released? Alright, so whoever this lady is, she had money on Twizzle. I got here after the race is finished. I saw the dogs had gotten out and knew something was wrong. That's when I found Leo like that. You're looking a little worse for wear yourself. Oh, this? You don't need to worry about me, officer. Just some roughhousing. Rabbit. Oh, right. They need something for the dogs to chase after, so they make a rabbit go around the thing. Just a little roughhousing. Leo. So Leo is the dead man, presumably. These two are wearing similar outfits, which implies that it's a uniform of some kind. As if he's got a bit of a black eye. He's got like a shiner over here. He's all bruised up. Which, this guy was clearly fighting someone. And whoever that someone was, they left their jacket so as to not be able to be identified. 2 men running away from the office, then someone else went up to the door a little later. Who was talking about the big coat? Took a hit for that guy. Wait, who was talking about the coat? Nobody's talking about the coat? Did I make it up? Something is weird here. Yeah, no, here it is. Okay, I just missed it. Think someone in a big coat entered the kennels, got into a fight with Leo, shot Leo, and then left his coat there. Took a hit for that guy. I was with Leo before it happened. He told me to make the call that Zero was ready for pickup. Pickup? Oh, to take to the vet. Zero's one of our dogs. Very sick. You probably don't want to get too close. Okay, yeah, something is definitely not right here. Also, dude is missing a hand. That's, very weird. Zira. Drill, microphone, tools. Yeah, something weird's going on. Was with Leo before it happened. Kiosk. Nothing shady has ever happened to the dog track. Oh yeah, I'm sure everything's on the up and up. Oh boy. Friday races. 410. Arlec, Twizzle, Paddington, Jess. 450. Runner, Godsend, Maggie, and Fast Legs. In reserve with Kennelmaster. Benny, number 17, and Blue. Okay, so... Saw two men running away from the office, then someone else went up to the door a little bit later. Which happened just as the 410 race was starting, since that's the only race with Twizzle in it. While I was waiting in line to make my bet, some guy in a big coat shoved past calling out for Benny. Did he find him? I don't know. He searched around for a moment, then suddenly ran off towards those wooden gates. Benny's one of the dogs, yeah? Benny's number 17. Number 17 has become overly protective. Easier just to keep by my side at all times. New Wells Dog Track. Racer Godsend 6 to win. Stake 5 units. A subsidiary member of Bauer National. Wow. We're seeing Bauer pretty much everywhere here. I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure nothing is wrong with that. I've been in here all day. I will say I did hear some people around the office area making a commotion. Did you hear what they were saying? One was hurling insults about Ms. Bauer, saying she ruined their business and that she's the mayor's pet. Insulting Hildegard Bauer here seems unwise. And unwarranted. Ms. Bauer is a hard worker. She always finds time to support her favorite girl. Okay. I'm always by Ms. Bauer's side, and I don't talk to the police. Just for the record, can you tell me about the victim? Did he have any enemies? People who would wish him harm? Don't talk to the police. I don't talk to the police. Only time I left my post was to chase off a troublemaker while the race was happening. Is this your usual post? It is now. We had a break-in on Tuesday night, so we're not letting anything slide. We're keeping tight watch on this office day and night. Tuesday night, huh? Got a shipment of 6 items going out to the new asset today. The usual method should work. Let him in for pickup at 3:45. I'll be out grabbing a seat. This is probably the Zira thing. Also, if the blonde comes whining again, tell him to suck it up and keep working with the Tsar. If he can't defend himself against a one-handed man, that's his own damn problem. The Tsars are a useful part of this organization. HB. Oh, HB's gotta be Hildegard Bauer, right? Presumably. Keep Andiers out. Yellow jackets. Work in pairs. Stupid jerks. Like this guy? Yellow jacket? Yeah, okay, so Andiers came in. We don't see the other Andier. Because HB, the Bauers, are working with the Tsars. Since there was like the Bauer Youth Fighting Association pin on the Tsar at the other place. Sick? Who was sick? Stupid jerks. Love it. Love it. All right, what happened in here? Oh my god. The lock is scratched and damaged. I guess from when it was broken into. So sorry about the mess. Benny knocked over the plant, which hit the stuff off the shelf. But I gathered up all 7 items, and nothing seems broken. 7 items. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All of which is in the Zera case. Much of which is in the Zera case. Right? The drill, this thing, this thing. 7 items, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the Zera case. So what was the 7th item? Rectangle, wires, mic, walkie-talkie, circle, and drill. Rectangle, wires, drill, walkie-talkie, circle. Does the mic sit on here, or is there a triangle thing that's different? Yeah, the mic is a triangle. Okay, so these 6 items are the same 6 items that were on the shelf, and they're in the Zera case. But there was a 7th item? Gathered up all 7 items, and nothing seems broken. Bauer Restoration Works. Are you Hildegard Bauer? Person discovered. Rolls. Is this Benny? Do we know who Benny is? We know this is Twizzle. Favorite girl. Yeah, Twizzle's definitely the favorite girl. Czar. Are both of these czars? Maybe this guy's a czar. No, because both of these idiots would be czars, right? And they can't put both there. There's the door guard, which is this guy. And there's this guy, which is Hildegard Bauer's bodyguard. Let's put all of the dogs together over here. This is Roy. Then we have these 2 idiots. The hell is this guy? Oh, here's the Northsider. Favorite girl? Nothing is missing, just like... Missing. Nothing is missing, just like last time. All they did was cause a mess. Any idea how they got in? No. I'm in here all day, and I keep it locked up when I'm not. Now, could you hurry this up, Detective? I have all my meetings in this office, and your presence is not conducive to business. Jess's dog bone. And this key, which is the same as Roy's key here. Right? Roy has the same key. Alright, so Benny, number 17, knocked off the stuff on the shelf. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. When Roy was coming in here to do things? Handyman things? I don't know what things Roy was doing. Roy might be the kennel master versus Hildegard Bauer, the track owner. But Roy gathered up all those things in the Zera box. I guess these guys are czars? These guys are probably czars. Zera. Zera's one of our dogs. I was with Leo. Not Roy, Leo. Wait, who's Roy then? Benny, Godsend, Maggie, and Twizzle are all dogs. Roy, Jess, and Leo. We've got some times here. No more slums. Heritage building renovation plan. Moira promises. Hildegard delivers. All right, so this is definitely Hildegard Bauer. Wednesday, meet with BRW Board Reheritage Project. Ensure MM absent. Meet with restaurant staff, restock replenishment, and new security measures. Okay. So Hildegard Bauer has got to be the track owner. I guess the dead guy was the kennel master. Benny's one of the dogs. These two, I think, are both czars. I don't know which one is czar. I also don't know who favorite girl would be. Favorite girl? Always finds time to support her favorite girl. Moira? Moira's the mayor. People around the office area making a commotion. Are you her favorite girl? Maybe her favorite girl is one of the dogs, Jess. Purple. Maybe Purple is favorite girl. We know the rest of these dogs by name. Jess, Godsend, Maggie. So this one has to be Benny. The one in Leo's. Yeah, okay. Benny getting protective and helping to harass whoever it is came in there with a big coat. One of these two is a czar, or maybe this guy's a czar. No, this guy's an Andir. So one of these two is a czar? This one is the czar. I don't know why this one instead of this one. They both seem like czars to me. A little roughhousing. Alright, I guess it's time to start filling in the story. As much as I can tell. On Tuesday, a member of the Andirs, presumably, broke into the office. They stole nothing? But left a note to... No, not a note. Left a microphone to record the track owner's plans. Meetings. Yeah. Yeah? Because there were 7 things on the shelf, but there should have only been 6. So the extra thing was a thing to do the recording, I guess. Oh, maybe it was the czars, though. Because Zira... If the blonde... Who's the blonde? This guy? Prep for race, then run an errand for HB. Number 17 has become overly protective. So the Andirs came in today. But this... Oh, boy. This is maybe a Tsar. Broke into the office. They stole nothing but left a microphone. Left a something. Oh, a tape recorder! The North Sider with the tape recorder! 3 days is full. 3-day cassette tape is full. I think someone in a big coat entered the kennels. He entered the kennels and came to steal the tape before the Tsars could get it back. Because the Tsars were trying to send it on... Okay, yeah. Alright, cool. Left a tape recorder. On Friday at when? Someone in a big coat entered the kennels. Someone else went up to the door a little bit later. That's the office as opposed to the kennels. And I don't talk to the police. All right, buddy. You don't gotta. Took a hit for that guy. He doesn't have the yellow jacket, though, so he's not necessarily an Andier. Just come down from the north side of town. Lockpicks. So between 2 and 3, because here, right? Prep for race, then run errand for HB. All right, on Friday at some time, the bodyguard and the door guard were busy... What were they busy doing? Let him in for pickup at 3:45. Shipment of 6 items going out to the new asset today. The usual method should work. Okay. I see. This is the blonde, and this is the Tsar. Alright, that makes sense now. Let him in for pickup at 3:45. Got here after the race is finished. Which would have been after 4:50. Saw the dogs had gotten out. I was with Leo before it happened. He told me to make the call that 0 was ready for pickup, which is 3:45. So we're looking at probably 4? I don't know what's going on here. Okay. One member of the Andir gang shot the kennel master, while the other tried to collect the tape recorder. I'm not sure if that's right, because that's, I guess, maybe we should start with the death instead of the theft. Benny knocked over the plant, but hitched the stuff off the shelf, but I gathered up all 7 items and nothing seems broken. Jess. Yeah, I think Jess is her favorite girl. Which, correct. We've already got that filled out. Everything's great there. All right, so here, went to collect on Friday at some time, the Kennel Master, which was prep for the errand. So at 3, prep for race, then run errand for HB. So let's say 3:45. Went to collect 6 items from the shelf. After Benny knocked the shelf down, the Kennel Master left with 7 items. The 7th object was a tape recorder, which had been under the shelf. Under? Not on the shelf, otherwise we would have seen the marking for it, right? It's not clear whether or not something was under here. But it's whatever it was knocked free by the shelf falling over, so that makes some amount of sense. At around... Okay. So here we have... No. Her. 2 men running away from the office. Someone else went up to the door a little bit later. Okay. So, the 2 Andiers went to the office to try and recover the tape recorder. It wasn't there. So then they went to the kennel afterwards. And they went to the kennel at the time the race was starting. Would have been around 4:10. The Andier, or the Northsider, because the Northsider is the one who recovered it. The Northsider saw the Andier's tape recorder? No. I guess while fighting over the tape recorder, the Northsider shot the Kennel Master. I'm not sure what this is. Related to the death, though. Went looking for Leo? Oh, maybe went looking for Benny when he saw that Benny was a dog. He went to the kennels. Saw the Kennel Master's note. Okay. We're very close. 6 items from the office, maybe? from the office. From the tape recorder. From the office. All right, we know this is wrong. So if I do that, okay. So there's exactly 2 things wrong. And this is probably one of them. And then doing this didn't change anything. So maybe both is correct. Right now, there are exactly 2 things wrong. No. Really? There's one thing wrong now. Is it this one? 3 p.m.? The Kennel Master went to collect 6 items from the office? After Benny knocked the shelf down, the Kennel Master left with 7 items. The 7th object was a tape recorder, which had been under the shelf. Maybe that's beside the shelf? No, under is correct. But now this is wrong. So this is 345. Now there's one thing wrong, and we don't know what it is. Crap. The Northsider saw the Kennel Master's note and went looking for Benny. When he saw that Benny was a dog, he went to the kennels. While fighting over the tape recorder, the Northsider shot the Kennel Master. That sounds correct. This is correct, I'm confident. So what am I missing? Maybe this is shelf. All right, let's make this wrong. Now, if this is shelf, okay, so office is correct there. So 410 is correct here. 345 is correct here. So what else is wrong? That's all the things that I thought was wrong. Okay, the 6 is right. Kennel Master went to collect 6 items from the office. After Benny knocked the shelf down, the Kennel Master left with 7 items. The 7th object was a tape recorder, which had been under the shelf. At around 4:10 p.m., the Northsider saw the Kennel Master's note and went looking for Benny. When he saw that Benny was a dog, he went to the kennels. While fighting over the tape recorder, the Northsider shot the Kennel Master. That seems real, right? That's it, right? Shot's right. Am I gonna have to go through everything? Maggie? No, it was the Northsider. Northsider's correct. Shot the Leo. No. Shot the Kennel Master. Maybe that we're fighting over not the tape recorder? Nope. Maybe fighting is wrong? No. Fighting is not wrong. I mean, yeah, fighting is correct. And 410 is correct. What am I missing? All right, folks. Direct question. If you think you know what I have gotten wrong here, please tell me. Because I am missing exactly one thing, and I don't know which one thing. You think the first shelf is wrong here? What do you think this would be, then? Oh, it's the plant. Knock the plant down. Yes. Be pretty easy to see a tape recorder directly under a shelf? Maybe. No, I think it was under the shelf, because now this is the only wrong thing. What? It wasn't under the shelf? You don't think it was under the shelf? Where would it have been? Under the plant? I guess it could have been under the plant. No, the shelf got knocked down. But maybe this was under the plants. There we go. So the first shelf was correct. The second shelf was incorrect. Okay, sure. Recorder was hidden in the plant. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I love this pose for the detective. Like, he looks like he's about to stab the pen into the notepad like it's a steak or something. Okay, and these times are correct too, which is helpful. So then on Friday at, say, 3:45... Okay, so this is Andier. The Andiers did it then, and the Andiers did it now. That's fine. Thought they were going for Benny knocked down the plant, which then knocked down the shelf. Oh, maybe, yeah. I could have seen that. Yeah, that was also a possibility. But I guess the... Yeah. Benny went after the plant. The plant is still standing. Benny went after the plant, which knocked the shelf down. But going after the plant disturbed the tape recorder, which had been under the plant. Alright. On Tuesday, a member of the Andier gang broke into the office. They stole nothing but left a tape recorder to record the track owners' meetings. On Friday, at 3:45, the bodyguard and door guard were busy what? Were busy what? Some guy in a big coat shoved past, calling out for Benny. Oh, I completely forgot about this dialogue. Wow, that would have been real relevant. Some people around the office area making a commotion. Is that what this is? We're busy fighting with one of the czars, maybe? Or this guy caused a distraction? Yeah, took a hit for that guy. Okay, we're busy fighting. No. This blue, red, blue. I don't know. Maybe they were watching the race? One distracted the door guard? Bodyguard? Czar? One member of the Andier gang, because this guy is talking about distracted, you know, took a hit for that guy. So this is distracted something while the other tried to collect the tape recorder. Maybe it's distracted the Kennel Master while the other tried to collect the tape recorder. I just don't know what's going on here. prep for race, then run errands. Was with Leo before it happened. He told me to make the call that Zero was ready for pickup. Got here after the race is finished. Think you've pieced it together? I guess. I mean, this is probably what it is. Only time I left my post was to chase off a troublemaker while the race was happening. Okay, so that happened. We're busy. The way that this is blue, red, blue makes me think it's watching one of the dogs race. Which could have been Jess. Nothing is missing, just like last time. Bower restoration works. There's a lot of Bower going on here. This being all scratched up means that the lockpicks probably isn't... I mean, the lockpicks have to be it, but, like, that's weird. What do we hear? Except perhaps this vet business. While the race was happening. I guess, yeah, they could have been watching Jess race? Maybe? Jess isn't on. Oh, Jess is on here. Incorrect. Okay, okay. Yeah, Jess is one of the dogs. Wait, who else are dogs? Harlech, Twizzle, Paddington, Jess, Runner, Godson, Maggie, Fastlegs, Benny, and Blue. Okay, so who's Roy? Roy. Oh. I'm Roy. Not helpful. This dude is Leo. I have more than 2 things wrong, yes. I feel like this has distracted the bodyguards. But they're not, like, there's not a collective word for both of those. Because the one member took a hit, right? So that's definitely wrong. Oh, it's broke into the office. No. Wait. That's red. It doesn't work. Maybe it shot the Kennel Master? Three or more things wrong here. This has got to be wrong. I just don't know what to put here. Like, I can't... It's hard for... Like, given the words that I have available... I don't know what else would go here. But, like, I don't have any reason to think that they were watching the dog races. It's just, like... There's very little else that can go in this pattern of blue, red, blue. Benny wasn't racing. At 3:45, nobody was racing. But based on this was at 4:10, because that was right when the race started. Oh, okay. So then this could be 4:10 then. Watching something fighting? Maybe. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Because I can't tag the gang member there. So it would have had to have been 4:10 if it was watching Jess race. Oh, that's strong. Okay. Okay, so race is correct. Jess is correct. And watching has to be correct. Yeah, okay. So 4:10 was wrong and is now correct. Stole nothing but left a tape recorder to record the track owner's meetings, maybe. Here is a little off. I don't know if this is correct. Distracted the Kennel Master? Okay. So Kennel Master was wrong. Jess is probably also wrong. I think it's probably these two. But this is past tense, right? So it has to be like broke into the... But it's a red, whatever it is. You always refer to individuals as their name. Yeah, absolutely. Knocked the Leo. Okay, so distracted is right. This is wrong, and something else is wrong. Oh, it is distracted. Distracted the door guard. Sure. So now there's one thing wrong. And it's not the time. Oh, it's not the door guard here. The bodyguard and the track owner. That's why they were watching Jess race, because it's the track owner who's watching Jess race. So only the door guard was there. So the door guard was the only one that needed to be distracted. That makes so much more sense. To get dirt on the Bowers, two members of the rival Andir gang planted a recording device in Hildegard's office. When they returned to collect it 3 days later, it had been mistakenly moved to the kennels as part of a secret delivery. During the struggle to take back the recording device, one of the Andirs shot Leo the Kennel Master. There we go. Ms. Bauer, this project continues to show promise. Our new friend's Office of Power seems to have been more than just an attempt to save his own life. Offer of power. And to think, if he hadn't hit your restaurant, the Andirs may have been the ones who found him. So the new asset is a Czar? It's whatever the bearded man, I suppose, is the new asset. If he hadn't hit your restaurant, the Andirs may have been the ones who found him. Communication has been somewhat tricky. Although he doesn't look it, he is speaking Lemurian, but it sounds like some ancient version of what I speak. Luckily, his Albionian is improving every day, so we can often meet in the middle. I know we haven't been able to get Zira moved out yet, but we're ready to continue Phase 2 testing of the Disarranger as soon as you are. Disarranger. Mr. Pooty, your update is appreciated. The Andirs may have not gotten their hands on him, but what they did get from us endangers our whole operation. If our naive benefactor learns what we've been doing, things will sour very quickly. I will bring the supplies myself. Keep an ear to the ground. If we see any signs that she knows, Phase 2 testing will need to be done on an accelerated schedule. Okay. So we have the Czar Gang, headed by Hildegard Bauer, was one of 2 something in New Wells. As revenge, the Andir Gang Roy, that's me, Roy Sampson. Moira Meredith, Hildegard Bauer, the Northsider, who is a member of the Andir Gang. Stole something in Hildegard Bauer's office. Maybe not stole. Planted a tape recorder in Hildegard Bauer's office so they could obtain information that the Czar Gang was selling drugs? Maybe? They gave this information to... I don't know who they gave this information to. Maybe Moira. I think I might be missing some names up here for these 2. Alright. There's more to do. Definitely more to do. Mayor Meredith lashes out at cops. Pooty. Thank you, Mr. Pooty. Our new friend's offer of power seems to have been more than just an attempt to save his own life. So someone has the idol, is what I'm hearing. The Raid, a story in 4 parts. It's a lot of parts. Hang on a second. Alright, what are we doing here? There is something going on. Who is this idiot? Stripping himself? What is going on here? Words 0. Spots 0 of 18. Oh my gosh, okay. Let's take stock. What do we know? It's a strange one, Roy. We've had eyes on this place all morning. Our guys confirmed that the boss lady and her gangsters were still on the top floor as we pulled up. We secured the front door and all the stairs, so they must still be in here somewhere. Events. Oh. Ah, I have no separate words. It's just here. Ornithopter? These are some words. Guys confirmed that the boss lady and her gangsters were still on the top floor as we pulled up. We secured the front door and all the stairs, so they must still be in here somewhere. Accounts. I can't talk to the cops, man. They'll kill me. Just give me something. Anything. Okay. At some point, that guy went berserk and ripped off his shirt. And it seemed like the boss saw something that panicked her. Okay, what does this mean? Oh, God. Because this is sounding pretty desperate. What happened here? It all started when the ringmaster ordered the lions out of the tent. They jumped through the hoop. Okay, what next? That's all you're getting from me. I've already said too much. What happened here, Officer Martins? Where did they go? First, the angels danced on the robot's finger, and the second twin swallowed them whole. Then I liberated myself, and Trip Top admired the silver string of my bow. Next, the angels were destined to pass into the second twin's bowels and to be rescued from them by an armored horse. Finally, Trip Top granted the angels their freedom, and the angels melted into the pages of an open book. What the ever-loving hell is happening here? Incorrect. Okay. If you say so. First, then next, finally. First, then next, finally. Yeah, alright. Something very weird is happening. Mortar will spill. As rumors fly, Mayor Meredith announces press conference. Function checking. Oh, now this looks familiar. This is the good stuff. No give or take. Now I call disarranger. Fair translation, I think. Small effect. Heat change evens out. Known effect. Matter warps, pulls, extrudes. See phase 2 test outcomes. Little woman says test faster. Vibration of crystal cannot extend. Destroys amplifying device. Vibration can be sent. Pump effect straight to ears. Good report for the little woman. Yo, Shadowed Mage, thank you so much for the 95 months of continued support. Welcome back to the adventuring party, my dude. Phase 2 test outcome. Low, little scramble, mind mostly same. Mix-up of events, same way every time. Medium, more scramble. Things change. People, things look different. Pictures wrong. Like mind force normal story, even if means pictures no match good. Events mixed same way each time. High, big scramble, strange pictures. Even actions abstract. Mind no care for real story now, just follow pictures at sea. Pictures match good, but very strange. Events mixed same way every time. This one stay forever. I am enjoying the game. Wow, this mic got screwed up. Oh, it's the same thing that the guy had. The offer of power guy. Notes. Subject A testing form. What did you think of the cartoon? Hilarious. Describe the cartoon's 4 stages. A jellyfish saw a dolphin and got scared. It turned out the wall was a giant whale. The dolphin escaped and a submarine hit a wall. A vampire and his minion chased the dolphin in the submarine. Oh, so stuff got scrambled. Okay. And the order in which they get scrambled is consistent, based on the notebook. Mind mostly same, mix-up of events, same way every time. What did you think of the cartoon? A divine revelation. Describe the cartoon's 4 stages. A teardrop evaporated, so the 2-headed fig-tig found the world's edge. An orchid with tender stalks sailed over the teardrop as it drifted by. Beyond the world's edge lay a vast snowy mountain. The fig-tig applauded as it searched for the teardrop. What did this say about the patterns? Are the patterns the same? Events mixed same way each time. So the descriptions are outlandish, but do match the events that they're seeing. Leaving on a vacation tomorrow, trying not to have anxiety about all the flight stuff. Okay, yeah, I can understand that. Personally, I've traveled enough on airplanes that it's never been much of an issue for me. I've started having, like, I'm making checklists for myself. So I know what I am looking for each time I travel. And that's been pretty good at helping me manage that kind of stuff. Oh, this is another thing. Right, because he's an undercover cop. Yep. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. But instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, it's 1, 4, 3, 2. 1, 4, 3, 2. So his account is probably something like that. Jellyfish discovered. Vlad, Finn, and Dick. Okay, and it's all the same cartoon. What did you think of the cartoon? Tragic and profound. A man and his wife followed an ambulance in their car. A girder was shown to be attached to a bridge. The ambulance sped away, and the car crashed into the girder. A cat ran from an ambulance. Crashed into the girder. Attached to a bridge. So his pattern is 4132. I guess this is an ambulance in his head? Girder was shown to be attached to a bridge. It all started when the ringmaster ordered the lions out of the tent, and they jumped through the hoop. So that one is second position for this guy here. It all started, right? And now we have to figure out how this matches up in order to turn his 4 things here into the right order. This is the teardrop, I think. This is the fig tig, so that's here. This is the plod. Yeah. So we have a 2413. So this account is 2413. Translation. That is a real good question. That's a real good question. Seemed like the boss saw something that panicked her. When the ringmaster ordered the lions out of the tent and they jumped through the hoop. Triptop admired the silver string of my bow. Oh, the silver string is the wire. Because he was wired, because he was an undercover cop, right? Triptop might be the boss. Yeah. The guy went berserk, ripped off his shirt. The boss saw something that seemed to panic her. Yep. Triptop granted the angels their freedom, which is the gangsters. They jumped through the hoop, melted into the pages of an open book. Maybe the window? Could be the car? There's probably other things to look at here. Yeah, there's more spots. So let's look at the more spots before we commit to anything here. Ah, that's all the spots now. Okay. 2, 1. Down to the parking garage. These stairs are here. On this floor, this is the room that we were in. So down these stairs, there's the door. Here and here. Okay. First, the Dangels danced on the robot's finger, and the second twin swallowed them whole. Armored horse is probably a car. The second twin. Second twin is the building? I don't know what's the robot's finger. Bowels of the robots is probably a parking garage. Robot's finger? Gangsters. Staircase, maybe? The ringmaster ordered the lions out of the tent and they jumped through the hoop. Window? Could they have gone out of the window? Onto the girder, maybe? Into the other building? There's the window here. This is the DLC that was written by the writers podcasters of Escape This Podcast, who you found via Tom Scott's podcast Lateral. I have no idea what any of that is, but cool. They did escape here, though, right? Parking garage via car, they went out. Flew. Oh boy. Alright, this is still a lot. Ordered the lions out of the tent and they jumped through the hoop. I think it's the window. The robot's finger, I think, is the girder. Cool. Okay, so what we have here is undercover cop removed shirt. Boss saw wire. So that's phase one. That's first. Here, boss ordered gangsters. Oh, no. Boss ordered evacuation. Gangsters exited via window. This is weird. This is neat. Tom Scott is a moderately famous YouTuber in the edutainment niche. He kind of retired from YouTube a year or two ago, but has a lateral thinking puzzle podcast, which is Lateral. Oh, neat. Yeah, I don't pay attention to a lot of podcasts. Most of the podcasts I pay attention to are kind of niche hobby stuff. So specifically for Magic the Gathering or Grand Archive or stuff like that. But I'm potentially open to more. So, gangsters traversed girder. Gangsters entered building. So then this is gangstered entered parking garage. And then gangsters exited via car? All right. Great. Glad I understood what happened there. Not convinced I understood what happened there, but okay. Close, good enough. The gangsters were experimenting with a device that disarranged memories. When the most affected of the test subjects revealed that he was an undercover cop, the boss realized they had to flee. With the workshop surrounded, their only way of reaching their car was via a girder that could get them into the neighboring building. Oh. You got into podcasts through this, so you listen mostly to stuff that's kind of in what you'd consider the science comedy space. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, okay, so this is the Tiger car. The Czars are running away. That's the boss. Yep, understandable. And this is their Lemurian. Mm-hmm. Yeah, all of this makes sense. All of this makes complete sense. Commentary case 01667J. Lead investigator Roy Sampson. That's me! After completing my investigation of 1A, Francis CR, I have come to a terrible realization. If this disarranger can do to others what it did to Officer Martins, there's no telling how dangerous it could be. Physical destruction, mental incapacitation, and an insidious method of application. In the wrong hands, it could do unspeakable things, and it appears to be in the wrong hands as we speak. I have to find out what they plan to do with it next. All right. Okay, this I don't understand. But maybe it's just the Bauer gang? Because it's the Czars, right? The Czars are the Bauer gang? One of two crime families. Maybe. Moira Meredith gained Hildegard Bauer's trust? Favor? By working on the Heritage Project. Gave advice that weakened the Andir gang. Sure. As revenge, the Andir gang planted a tape recorder in Hildegard Bauer's office so they could obtain information, evidence that the Bauer gang, I'm gonna call it the Bauer gang because I don't know what else to call it, was selling drugs. They gave this evidence to Moira Meredith. When Moira Meredith announced a surprise raid press conference. Hildegard Bauer called for accelerated production? Testing of a weapon that could scramble people's memories using sound. So many things are wrong. Which gang is it? Northsider? Maybe there's Northsiders. They're not Northsiders. They're not Andirs. Are they Bowers? I haven't done anything with Roy Sampson. I don't feel good about this process here. I feel like I am missing something. Maybe because this feels like, no, it's related to the newspaper, right? Mayor Meredith announces press conference. Little woman says test faster. Yep. Destroys amplifying device, which I guess is this. Little woman says test faster. Had eyes on this place all morning. Our guys confirmed that the boss lady and her gangsters were still on the top floor as we pulled up. We secured the front door and all the stairs, so they must still be in here somewhere. As it turns out, they don't need to be in there somewhere. Maybe this isn't weapon, but this feels correct. Accelerated testing, because this makes a lot of sense. Maybe the Andir gang gave this evidence to Roy Sampson? That seems unlikely. I feel like Moira Meredith is correct there. Because Moira was announcing a surprise press conference. Hildegard Northsider. No, that's Hildegard Bauer. I feel like crime families might be off, but... You know how much of this is... Taint evidence that the gang... We sure it's not the Bauer gang? It's supposed to be the Tsar gang, but the Tsars aren't an option here. Oh, this might be backwards. Instantly. Okay, great. Yeah, this was backwards, so that's 4 things wrong. Okay, understandable. And everything else is actually correct. All right. Cool. Unraveling. Full of sound and fury. Oh, what the hell? This is not okay. Attack. Oh no. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Somebody else got hit by the disarranger, I guess. Wanted to look at... Oh, this is this thing again. Okay. Well, something sure. This seems at least mildly problematic. 41 spots? I see 2. All right. Well, I mean, I can see what's going on here. A pair of robots. Do I see any robots? I don't see any robots. I do see a snake. Oh, this is a robot. Yes, go! Deflate her! Ruin her! Poison her! Deflate her! This her? Alright, to attack the balloon. The crossbow wielder shot the snake to protect the balloon? The ends of the tubes have been cut. He looked at my wondrous scroll! Why does it make him worry? He is crazed. Here I am, but then I go. The work bell rings and the kings arrive. The good twin must be let in. His departure creates a void. A hero is here, but is rebuffed. The void is filled by the evil twin. He hides his nature and unpicks his brother's work. The eyes and ears gather. What the hell? No, I will not be silenced, for I am a fool. I heed no hero. Okay. And these were connected to these things before they got disrupted? The crossbow wielder shot the snake to protect the balloon. This is a heroic day. This is a scrambled memory. Ah, it is a scrambled memory. I was right. Memory match. Okay, this is Hildegard. I don't know what that is. Or those. Or the snake. Or the idol. Or the anything. Conference. Ooh, I'm very far away from doing anything about that. This is a scrambled memory. Fantastic. I love scrambled memories. Fascinating. Alright, this is why you love this DLC the most. Fair enough. Okay, let's see if what we can figure out here, then. Not sure what Roy's looking for, but I suppose it's not my concern. Just gotta grab some backup. Bauer Restoration Works under construction. Hey, it's the guy with the beard. Danger, renovation in process, keep out. Idiot. Senseless killing gets you caught. This way, we go unnoticed, and no one can trust her information ever again. Provided this works as well as it did in testing. I suppose I should get moving as well. Secunda should know all the necessary details, Ms. Bauer. Secunda? Are you Secunda? Arbash, Arbash, I go. Kit Samal. Trust in Echo Secunda. Oh, yeah. There was, yeah, okay. Because he got downloaded into you, which was something that happened in the museum in the main campaign, which I vaguely remember. He's got a microphone. And a radio signal emitter. Yeah, okay. I know what's going on here. I still think we could just kill her. No one can besmirch the name of Hildegard Bauer. He's got headphones. Ah, so he doesn't get scrambled. A radio signal receiver, a folded set of overalls. Oh, sure. Yeah! Auriel Toussaint. That guy. A speaker and a microphone contain the same basic internal components. When wired as a speaker, electrical signals are converted into sound. When wired as a microphone, sound is converted into electrical signals. Sure. Alright, I believe that. I saw your setup as I left. The microphone is hardwired to the speakers, and they're facing away from the mayor. That's right, Mr. Sampson. Good. I'm not too worried about the speakers. They only want to hit her, not a whole crowd. They'd need something close to her face. They don't have that. Something wrong. Let me show you something, Detective. If you see this note, did I leave my uniform in your locker by accident? I don't have a spare, and mine's been gone since it went out to the cleaners yesterday. Thanks. Paul. Okay. So that's what this spare uniform is. Radio signal receiver device. Yeah, because she's going to be speaking into a microphone. So they just turn the microphone from a sound receiver into a sound emitter. Easy. I wish you hadn't turned him away, Moira. Roy is a trustworthy man. If he says the phone is a risk, I'd rather be safe than sorry. That's Ms. Meredith to you. And it's not just the phone, walkie-talkies, hardwiring the speakers. I'm not sure if I believe sound can be that dangerous. That's how it goes, I guess. Class 3 labs. After cleaning of illicit materials, building may return to regular use. Class 4 labs. For public safety, buildings harboring Class 4 labs must be destroyed. Ooh. People of New Wells. Have to take responsibility here. It's my resignation. The Heritage Project was meant to keep the buildings of our communities safe and build them back up to their former glory. Move to after identity revealed. Now, though, I have become an unwitting agent in their destruction, but I was not alone in this. A phone and 3 walkie-talkies. Alright, well, she's scrambled. That's it for her. That's over. The speakers are hardwired to the podium. Okay. Okay, reporter should be here in about an hour. Suppose I'll have to wait until after the conference to get a coffee. 8 a.m. Moira and security arrived. 8:30 a.m. Greg from Sonic Solutions arrived. 9:10 a.m. Greg from Sonic Solutions left. 9:45 a.m. Roy Sampson arrived, left. Paul. Do you have a name? Microphone is hardwired to the speakers and they're facing away from the mayor. Which is this thing? Memory match. Conference. This is Moira. Moira Meredith planned to announce her resignation. Hey, resignation is a word. And that Hildegard Bauer had been using the Heritage Project as a cover to manufacture drugs? Okay. Hildegard Bauer planned to stop Moira Meredith by scrambling her brain. Scrambling her memory. Sure. Roy Sampson, that's me, warned Moira Meredith and her bodyguard? And her gangster? And her technician? Maybe and her technician. Green. Why isn't it bodyguard? And her security. That sound could be dangerous. After talking to Greg from Sonic Solutions, Roy Sampson, not Greg, Paul. Paul is actually from Sonic Solutions. Greg is a liar. Roy Sampson worried that the microphone could become a emitter. After returning to the... Could become a speaker, maybe? I'll go with speaker. After returning to the conference and... looking at the... something... Roy Sampson realized a... disguised himself a Bauer gangster had disguised himself as a Sound technician. And attached, maybe attached, a receiver to the microphone. Something is not, this doesn't quite come together, I think. Yeah, Greg from Sonic Solutions is the fake. After returning to the conference, disguised himself as a sound technician and attached a receiver to the microphone. So this is an act that I don't think has occurred yet, but maybe I am missing a spot? I don't think I'm missing a spot. Deflate. Ah, this is at the conference. This is at the conference. So these are speakers. The snake is a microphone. This is a... This is... roster? I don't know about that. Void is filled by the evil twin. The eyes and ears gather. This is reporters, eyes and ears. This has got to be the security guard, right? This, I guess, is the idol? And this is the receiver. I don't know what this thing is. This has got to be Moira. I need no hero. This is security. A hero is here, but is rebuffed. Okay, so does that match up with what we saw here? Moira and security arrived. Greg arrives and then leaves. Roy Sampson arrives and leaves. Roster. Okay, so yeah. So this is roster. Confident about this, not confident about this one. Or about this one. Or this one, or this one. This makes sense as a microphone, though. Right? If we look at this as the microphone, that's now connected to these emitters instead and disconnected from the speakers. Yeah, I think I am relatively confident about this one. Maybe this is emitter instead of the idol? I believe that. Are you security? 2 or fewer incorrect. Why aren't you security? You are security. Oh, I had Secunda in there instead of security. That's my bad. I am missing 7 spots. That's correct. Not that I know where those 7 spots are. All right. So I guess what we have at the very end is Roy Sampson shot the microphone. I guess this is roster? Yeah, the roster. Damn it. Microphone could become an emitter? A receiver? Become a speaker? What am I missing here? Because it's not a lot. Moira Meredith planned to announce her resignation, and that Hildegard Bauer had been using the Heritage Project as a cover to manufacture drugs. Manufacture drugs I'm not exactly confident on. Hildegard Bauer planned to stop Moira Meredith by scrambling her memory. Roy Sampson warned Moira Meredith and her security that sound could be dangerous. After talking to Paul from Sonic Solutions, Roy Sampson worried that the microphone could become a speaker. Maybe that wants to be emitter? Well, that feels right. Could become a speaker. After returning to the conference and looking at the roster, Roy Sampson realized a Bauer gangster had disguised himself as a sound technician and attached a receiver to the microphone. So Roy Sampson shot the microphone. Maybe it's emitter? No, I think receiver is right there. I think I have one thing wrong. Let me double check. I have one thing wrong. All right. Oh. Yeah, okay. Now I have exactly 2 things wrong. So manufacture drugs is correct here. That's cool. That was the one I was concerned about. So maybe here? Nope. This is correct. This doesn't feel like it could really be anything else. Bauer gangster? Maybe it's not gangster. Maybe it's something else. No, gangster is right. Okay, so Bauer gangster is right. Attached is right. Maybe it's receiver? Nope, receiver is right. So Roy Sampson shot the microphone. Yeah. Yeah. So what am I missing? Maybe stop is wrong? I don't see any other better word. Moira Meredith planned to announce her resignation, and that Hildegard Bauer had been using the Heritage Project as a cover. Maybe cover is wrong here? That seems odd. Cover is right. Okay, direct question. What do we think is wrong here? Because this all looks correct to me, and I know exactly one thing is wrong, and nothing stands out to me on our full read-through. Do I want to know which paragraph? Sure, we can start with that. Tell me which paragraph. Is it Paul? Do I think it might be Paul? It is Paul. Was it not Paul? Who's the guy from Sonic Solutions? It's not Greg. Greg is the fake. Oh, no, maybe Greg is the real one. And the fake isn't on the roster yet. Sure, we could try Greg here. Okay, so Greg is the real one, and at the time of this recording, the fake isn't on the roster yet. Wow, that is a hell of a gun. Ooh, something terrible happened here. Oh? Wow, there's a lot going on here. Okay, everybody scramble, damn. Am I historian or history? Our escape, his weapon, our hunger, my service. But the events are scrambled, and we don't know in what order they're scrambled. But events are scrambled. Against all odds we rise, not as conquerors, but as protectors of a galaxy that will remember this day forever. Oh, God. Yeah. Yeah, alright, so he's also scrambled. Poor Roy! This is the idol, which is now dead. So that's cool. We shot the idol. That's great. Unhand me! I don't know what that woman told you, but I run a legitimate business. You've brutalized my employees. Where did Roy end up? He was guarding this side street. Okay, so now I have to compare these two memories and fill them in the right order. Oh my god, this is such a mess. Tigermen are gonna get me. They sure are. Okay, so at least in part, we have to compare. Thinking of food? So this happens in this order. This is chasing after him. This is also chasing after him. Still has the goggles. And then he gets ambushed and punches him. And the hat is gone for the rest of this. This is steal. Oh no, still has the gun. This is stealing the gun. Threatening, exploding, exploding. Cool, this is easy to put together, at least. But this is a very short sequence. And by short, I mean the time span that it covers is short. So there's a lot of similarity between the memories. Whereas this, I have no idea what it's doing. I mean, we have this in some order. I guess if I go in... Okay, I should open this up. That's fine. I can see that this happens in an order. All right, let's just start putting stuff together and see what makes sense. These all, this I don't know about the order, but this is, first he has to get the horse, right? And then he has the horse, has the sword. This is after sword. This is, I think, the end, right? Him announcing that he's done this thing. Bringing him to the queen. Or announcing that he can do this thing. This is taking keys. Using keys to acquire horse. Noticing that these people are taking this, following it. Then this happens. Now he's got sword. Oh, this happens first. Because they've got to get this. Now he's hungry. So he goes to the chicken place. Oh, okay, okay. So this is his memory of his flight from the museum until he arrives at Chicken Place and steals the food and gets taken to Bower. Right? So shoots the horse here. I guess this is ordered incorrectly. There we go. Okay. 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 I understand what's going on here. Again with the ornithopter, huh? All right. After escaping the asylum? Yeah, after escaping the asylum, Secunda followed the... to get his sword. Followed the idol to the TV station, I guess. He salvaged Follow the Tsars, maybe, to the TV station? No, those aren't Tsars. These are Tsars. Tsars are the tigers. Captured by the Tsars. Secunda. Salvaged the last working parts to create the weapon. Sure. Create the Disarranger, actually, is probably right. When he was captured by the Tsars, Secunda offered to help Hildegard by turning the Disarranger into a more powerful weapon. Cool. And now we're on this part. All right, after the arrest of Hildegard Bauer, Roy Sampson saw that Echo Secunda had escaped into an abandoned store. Roy Sampson followed Echo Secunda. Followed Benny Bodyguard, obviously, but was ambushed. During the fight, Roy Sampson and Echo Secunda both lost their earmuffs. Echo Secunda then took Roy Sampson's gun and prepared to shoot. Suddenly, tell me more about suddenly. Activated the idol, I guess? Activated the arranger? Yeah. Activated the disarranger. Okay. Roy Sampson activated the disarranger, which scrambled both of their memories. As his final act, I guess Roy took back his gun and shot the disarranger? Roy Sampson took back his gun and shot the disarranger. Nailed it! Yo, I love the Tiger Men, though. I appreciate that all the Tsars are Tiger Men. That's great. After saving Mayor Meredith from having her memories disarranged by the Bowers, Roy chased down Secunda and the Disarranger. In order to take out both threats, Roy chose to sacrifice his own memories so that he could disarrange Secunda's. Then he took back his gun to destroy the Disarranger. Yeah, get jailed, idiot! So what are you in for? I've solved it. The Rugtam made a sauce out of this gum chewer. Can't believe we have to work with this guy. Roy Sampson is pretty serious business. The Rugtam made a sauce out of this gum chewer. Can't just call people gum chewers, Roy. It's 2025. Be better. Hey, Roy Sampson is still the finest detective we have. If he says he's solved it, then he's solved it. So the landlord did it. Oh, right, because it's consistently disarranged. So once you have a lexicon, a dictionary, then you can actually figure out what he's saying. Patient file OT1438. Hey, it's Oriel. Oriel Toussaint. Assigned psychiatrist Dr. Adam Fisher. I've been seeing the patient for a few months now, and his progress has been interesting. On certain days, he retains his defiant attitude, while on others, he is far more amiable. Regardless, he persists in his strange perceptions of the world. The defiant Oriel speaks a form of Lemurian, although when I send transcripts to translators, they tell me it makes no sense. This seems to match my experience with the amiable Oriel. He speaks Albionian, at least to some degree. When asked to recount our sessions, he understands the question, but relays events consistently out of order, and uses strange terms. He refers to me as Snowman, perhaps due to my white coat. I have found recent success with Oriel by giving him access to a typewriter. He types out large passages in Albionian and Lemurian, and is compiling them into a larger work. The amiable Oriel seems excited about what he is writing, describing it as wondrous crumbs from a devil. If it can help him find happiness moving forward, then I suppose I too will call it wondrous. Heck yeah, alright. The sins of New Wells fully resolved. We did it. The sins are over. There are no more sins. Which I guess means it's time to start the Lemurian Phoenix. Seems promising. Before we do that, though, I am close to out of water, so I am going to genuinely fucking cry when he got to the end of Sins of New Wells. Sure. I respect it. Honestly, it's kind of a tragedy, right? Like, Roy Sampson gave up his sanity in order to protect Moira. Like, that's some Shakespearean tragedy right there. Absolutely. I suspect you were a bit more invested than I was, but that is something I know to be true about you generally, so that's fair. Yeah, I love the story. I think they're doing really cool stuff with it. I'm excited to see more. So yeah, we're gonna start the Lemurian Phoenix, but we are going to take a quick break first. So let's start the Lemurian Phoenix and see how far we get. Prepare for the strange saga of the Lemurian Phoenix, in which ancient prophecies, divine revelations, and royal decrees shape history. Would they call it Rise of the Golden Idol? No, Ender, why? Why would you do this to you? I've made that typo before. I've made that typo in stream titles. Fortunately, I have realized before I have then published that said stream title. But I've definitely made that typo. Welcome to Lemuria. I'm so ready. I love Lemuria. I love the Lemurian history. I want to find out more about modern Lemurian culture. Royal blood. Celebrations turn sour at Tikor Palace. Oh. Well, this sure looks like it might be modern Lemurian culture, which is fantastic. A of all, I love how all of the guards are wearing spotted skirts. B of all, I love how, continuing the spotted theme, whoever this figure is wearing a full spotted muumuu. Oh, it's like covering their face. Also, no, this is just from behind, so we can't see their face. Off we go, driver. Names. I don't know your name yet. Yeah, fair enough. Your king loves you. Don't forget to tune in to 104.9 FM for His Majesty's Solstice speech on Monday. Wow, this giant thing, and they updated on the regular? This is a giant, like, mural or whatever. discovered. The old fart edited out all my best turns of phrase and replaced them with played-out cliches. My section's going to sound so pathetic. When I'm queen, I'll give the public something to tune in for. Oh. We have a royal. A miscellaneous royal. You assume it's a poster? Why would you assume that? It doesn't... it could be a poster, yeah. I guess it could be. It's huge, though. I guess it's still easier for it to be a poster than a mural. Give it a rest, sis. You have as much chance of wearing that crown as the sun does of rising in the west. I'm next. Get over it. Wow. Prince and princess, apparently. Also, what crown? This person certainly doesn't have a crown. Well, well, look who's dashing off as soon as their section's been recorded. Good riddance, then. More grub for many. Presumably this idiot is many? Dear Mr. Lebop. Many Lebop? What a name. Hang on. I absolutely have to write down this man's name as Many Lebop. That's incredible. God, I wish that were me. Sounds like the princess is going to kill the prince then? Maybe, yeah. You are cordially invited, dear Mr. Lebop. What gravitas. You are cordially invited to attend the King's renowned summer solstice celebration at Tikor Palace. The festivities will run for 24 hours, commencing at 4 p.m. on Saturday, with traditional dancing in the ballroom at both sunset and sunrise, and refreshments on the balcony throughout. Naturally, His Majesty will be occupied in meetings with his various advisors, fine-tuning and recording the sections of his speech they have each written, ahead of the national radio broadcast. However, his two charming children will be available to represent the family. Sincerely, Tikor Palace. I suppose these two are the two charming children. How charming of them. Ah, okay. King Luri Manzek. Oh. Is this the king? Seems odd. Man, the I love the polka dots as the royal colors. That is incredible. That is absolutely incredible. King Lorin Manzek. Oh. These are old kings, I think. Lorin? Lutri? Lutri. So the current king is something Manzek. Bastards probably spent more money reframing these paintings of his vanity and his predecessors than I'll earn all year. Oh, one of them might be the current king, then. Orders for Triskan Zeldorf. Which is this guy. The man is holding a loaded rifle with a bayonet attached. Okay. This man. Orders for... What is your name again? Triskan Zeldorf. Okay. Triskan Zeldorf. Incredible naming scheme for all of the Lemurians. I love Lemurian words. Guard cabinet door throughout solstice celebrations. No one is to enter or leave unless ushered by Mrs. S. Mrs. S. If ever you must leave your post for bathroom break, ensure one of the other guards covers for you. Keep close eye on visitors waiting in hall. Wow, this man does not seem particularly invested in protecting the honor and purity of the royal family. These are some real treasonous thoughts here. Place gift here. Okay. King's quarters. Oh. It's convenient. Exit. Prince's quarters. Princess's quarters. Checkpoint. security, I guess. So maybe the king's cabinet and then the ballroom and the balcony are up this way. And this is... oh, a dead man. That's not ideal. Vanto Manzak. Orant Manzak. Wow. What is this legacy clothing? No polka dots anywhere. This is the worst. Trapdoor? We'll come back to this in a second. Please be patient. I am only following the orders His Majesty gave me when his last meeting ended. He clearly stated that he will tell us when he is ready, and that I am not to disturb him until then. Oh, Prince Zarek and Princess Leva. Okay. So we got Princess Leva and Prince Zarek. Presumably they are both Manzeks. Meeting 2 High Guardian, meeting 3 Justice Minister, meeting 4 Intelligence Director, then Prince Zarek, then First Sentinel, then Propaganda Chief. Becca, really? It's now well past my meeting time. Why can't you just let me in? Alright. Becca. Becca S, probably. Your Majesty, happy summer solstice. I hope you will enjoy this fine champagne. Arrival, Mrs. Shabak. That seems to be the appropriate S. Alright, Becca Shabak. From there, she will take you through security and into the waiting hall. When His Majesty is ready for you, he will call for Mrs. Shabak to let you into the cabinet. When His Majesty is finished with you, he will call for Mrs. Shabak to let you out. She will then escort you either off the palace grounds, if you are not attending the celebration, or back to the ballroom or balcony, if you are. Hope you will enjoy this fine champagne, which is this. This would be the fine champagne, right? Place a gift here. It's well past my meeting time. It's kind of evening-ish. My section's going to sound so pathetic. So she's already had a meeting, is what it sounds like. Off we go, driver. So this person has already had their meeting and then left, I guess? This doesn't seem like morning energy. This feels like evening energy. Unclear. I guess we'd know if Prince Zarek has already had their meeting, but Princess Leva has had her meeting. Somebody just had their meeting and is left. So that's either High Guardian, and this is Justice Minister, or that's First Sentinel, and this is Propaganda Chief. My money's on High Guardian and Justice Minister, but I guess I'm not positive. But that's my guess. And then this would be the king himself. The man is not breathing. This is one of the Manzeks, and it's unclear which one. Orant, Vanto, Lauren, or Lutri. Ooh, Lauren. Okay. We can tell by the age of the apple tree. Lauren is the first on the list. Then Vanto. Then Orant. And the most recent one is Lutri. So this has got to be Lutri. Many things are wrong. Probably these four. Probably have actual names for these idiots. But that's fine. We'll figure it out. Trapdoor unlocked. T. Gifts. But the music is going ham. An ancient Lemurian seal. Yep. A medium-sized vase of flowers. A bottle of wine. Small vase of flowers. A bejeweled ornamental egg. Large vase of flowers. A bronze statuette. Sure is a lot of gifts. The window is locked from the inside. A dagger. Okay, the dagger seems to be the weapon. And this material is cut. Or was used to dry off the dagger, I guess. Yeah, there's blood-stained feet going over to here. Whatever this material is. Don't think it's the same as this. I guess it's the curtains? Yeah, that looks like the curtains. So part of the curtains were cut off and used to dry off the dagger, I guess. Your Majesty, here is the section I have prepared for your solstice speech. Resolve. The day Lemurians shy away from bold decisions, we are finished as a society. That is why the orders I have given recently do not disturb me. Until I tell you I am ready to end our struggle for unity, you must all embrace it. There's still another thing here that I missed? A bejeweled ornamental frog. Okay, now we have checked all the spots. Missing a lot here. Much of this is incorrect. Do we think they're not Manzecs? They must be Manzecs. It's the royal family, right? That's gotta be right. I'm confident about Lutri. These two, I have no idea. She's got the full schedule? She's got the full schedule. I guess this could be instead First Sentinel and Propaganda Chief, right? This could be morning. So what if it's First Sentinel and Propaganda Chief? There we go. Everything is correct. So I guess this is morning. And now the First Sentinel is taken off. All right. So now we got to figure this out. As Lutri Manzek recorded his speech, First Sentinel killed him with a dagger from a gift. From a gift? From a statuette. That seems likely. Hang on, let's look at the statuette. Is the statuette supposed to be holding... Yeah, the statuette is definitely supposed to be holding a weapon. Okay, that makes sense. Afterwards, the killer... looted the body? Did he? Why do we think that? Moved the body. Because he was stabbed while recording and then moved into this position. To escape, First Sentinel unlocked the trap door and you know, I'm suddenly a lot less sure about this First Sentinel business. Who then let the killer in? Unlock the trapdoor and opened it for... Who do we think might have been... Let the killer out? Huh. Tea and crumpets. All right, I think I need more details about this speech business. Edit out all my best turns of phrase and replace them with played out cliches. My section's going to sound so pathetic. So this implies that... Why is Drink on this list? Because she's drunk? I'd believe that. This implies that she was the one being recorded rather than the king. So First Sentinel would have been the one doing the recording, right? But this does have Lutri Manzek here as the king, right? So Lutri Manzek has to be the one who's doing the recording because he's the one who died. So maybe recorded his speech is incorrect? Maybe it's edited? Maybe it's edited. Instead of recorded. Because he's not the one speaking, he's the one editing it. Who would this be? Who do we think the First Sentinel is in cahoots with? I don't actually have any reason to think of anybody in particular. Yeah, this definitely has him as First Sentinel. It's interesting, these kind of bloody footsteps here, because it's the feet are pointed the wrong direction. I guess this is the cabinet. So security is here. So if this is the cabinet here, then this way is the ballroom and the balcony, which I guess that makes sense. That is the balcony. So that way is the prince's quarters and the princess's quarters and the exit. Oh, so this gives you east and west, which is how you know it's morning. My mistake. My mistake. The sun is coming in from the east. So this is definitely morning. I agree. I agree. Now I understand how I am supposed to have gained that information. Okay, good. That's wonderful. But I still don't know. I still don't know who he is working with. Okay, so the fact that Mrs. Shabak is here with a guest means she has already escorted the previous guest out. And then met the new guest at the outer gates. Clearly stated that he will tell us when he is ready, and that I am not to disturb him until then. Maybe this is an indicator, this yellow ribbon? What information am I supposed to, like, I'm really not sure how I'm supposed to figure this out, because this part doesn't make any sense to me. I guess it might not be First Sentinel. Yeah, I'm not sure who First Sentinel is in cahoots with. Surely it's not Many Lebop. The most beloved... whatever he is. Fine-tuning and recording the sections of his speech they have each written. Recording the sections of his speech. Okay, so it is recording. It's not editing. Well, I still don't have it right. Still missing more than 2 things. More grub for money. Wow, I am really at a loss here. Wonder who brought the bronze statuette. Maybe that's the person who's working with the first Sentinel. Yeah, I don't understand the yellow ribbon. I don't understand... why anybody else would need to be let in, honestly. Then... I don't know, drank the killer wine. I don't think there was a killer wine. Oh, maybe the trapdoor is not actually relevant? Played the speech and... oh, no. Edited the speech and played it for what's-her-face, for Becca Shabak, who escorted the killer out. Okay. Yeah, the trapdoor is a red herring because the way in which that he leaves has to be the king announcing finished and Becca Shabak letting him outside. Because Becca Shabak's positioning indicates that she let him outside deliberately, which means she heard the king's voice after the king had died. So maybe edited is wrong here, but... because finished is here, right? Finished is part of the speech. Okay, so this is correct. Okay, edited and played are both correct. This is maybe not followed, but... okay, that makes sense. Yeah, the trapdoor is just completely irrelevant. That's so mean. The first Sentinel was able to get a dagger past security because it formed part of his gift for the king. After killing the royal and moving the body, the first Sentinel hastily mopped up most of the blood with a curtain. He then edited the recording of the king reading the speech segment he had returned, so that it said, "We are finished. Do not disturb me until I tell you I am ready." On hearing this over the speaker system, the usher escorted the killer out without suspecting anything. Okay, hang on. Now I gotta go back and look at the part of the speech so that we can see all the different bits that it says. Do not disturb me until I tell you I am ready. Yes. We are finished. Do not disturb me until I tell you I am ready. There you go. Yeah, neat. Ash Intelligence Agency. Declassified. Office of Research and Reports. Monitoring Lemurian technological progress. You can see tape on the reel as well. Hold on a minute. Oh, that's what the yellow ribbon is. The yellow ribbon is the tape. The tape that it's recorded on. That's so it's edited. It's stuck together. Yeah. Okay. That's okay. So the yellow thing was confusing me, and I didn't realize that it was a part of the recording. That makes so much more sense. Great. Thank you. Good. Around 800 BC, High Guardian Trifal Ozol ordered the burning down of universities and libraries throughout Lemuria. His goal was to restrain technological advancement, which had spiraled out of control with Redacted. At the same time, the Lemurian Empire's various territories united under the current flag. To reflect this, they also adopted the following national motto: "After the Inferno, only one shall rise, bearing the mark of the universe." That is incredibly ominous! How is that a national motto? That is like the final line of a cult prayer. Are you kidding me? That can't be a national motto. That's so cursed. Because of the information lost during this period, the modern population is largely ignorant of this history. Many believe the motto to be an ancient spiritual prophecy. I mean, it sure sounds like it, doesn't it? It sure sounds like it. Eternity's End. A spiritual leader meets an unexpected fate. All right. So what are we up to over here? I felt sick after dinner, but it passed quickly. At first, I assumed it must be food poisoning. Then, after I began vomiting foam, I thought maybe the virus had returned. Now, though, I fully understand. My body knew something was wrong with First Sentinel Nagasi. We have a name for the First Sentinel. As First Sentinel Nagasai. Nagasai. He's incredibly bald. You're not wrong. As First Sentinel Nagasai's scribe of 28 years, I feel it my duty to document this morning's tragic events. By the time I awoke, Kwanzaa was already laying the table. When I came outside, I saw her knock for First Sentinel Nagasai, but no one answered, so she let herself into his quarters. A few moments later, she emerged and told us all the terrible news. He too had fallen ill, but he had died in his sleep. Ori and Koi have now been allowed in to see their father, while the rest of us wait outside. Gresto. After I began vomiting foam. That is a sentence. The same thing happened to me. I threw up all foamy after dinner, but soon I was fine again. I wonder why only us two seem to have been affected. Perhaps we have unknowingly reached a higher level of empathy than the others, which allowed us to feel the First Sentinel's energy moving through us in his final moments. Certainly not a cult. Oh yeah, nothing culty about this. Everything about this screams normal. You shouldn't feel sick, or sad for that matter. You should feel nothing in particular, for he is not gone. His consciousness has simply been redistributed. Nothing wrong here. Now, come on. I've already laid the table. Let's eat breakfast. We don't want last night's leftovers going to waste. Wouldn't those be the same leftovers that caused people to vomit foam? Somehow, that doesn't seem like the ideal course of action to me. But, what do I know? Nagasai died of something because someone put something in the something. Wow, the blue text is just irrelevant? Wild. Names. All right, so you... That's this guy. You are a Gresto of some kind. Kwanzaa was already laying the table. So are you Kwanzaa? This is a person who has laid a table. It's distinctly possible that you're Kwanzaa. A chili plant. Whoa. A jasmine plant. Whoa. A mint plant. Whoa. Newcomer's Handbook. Tell me more. Gardening duties continued. Evening. During the evening you may rest. Stop. Cooking duties. Morning. Serve everyone their own leftovers from the previous evening's meal. Really? During the afternoon fast, you may take time off to meditate or study. Cook, bless, and serve a hearty yet simple meal of spiced rice. When setting the table, remember, the longer a dedicant has been here, the closer to the first sentinel's end of the table they have the honor of sitting. I see. It's a newcomer's handbook, notably. Interesting. So this is how the table has been laid out. I wonder which of these is the first sentinel's end of the table. Mustard seeds, coriander, chili powder, cumin, mint, jasmine, and a cookbook. Make your rice twice as nice by adding your choice of spice. Okay, so we can compare these to find out the longer a dedicant has been here, the closer to the first sentinel's end of the table they have the honor of sitting. Well, this is probably the first sentinel. I guess we can find out what people like. This is the wild mix. This is the fresh mix. This is the earth mix. This is also wild mix. I guess this is the mild mix. Cool, we got cookbooks. That's great. Waterfall Proclamations, December 4th, 1912. First Sentinels may not accept donations. They must do away with material goods and wealth. February 13th, 1915. When a first Sentinel dies, his eldest son succeeds him. If the first Sentinel had no sons, there can be no new first Sentinel until another is chosen by the universe to fulfill the ancient prophecy. In the case of twins, there can be two first Sentinels. I guess they're both first. That's good for them. June 3rd, 1939. Sin is no longer to be met with punishment, but compassion. November 24th, 1940. The first true first Sentinel. That's an awkward sentence. First Sentinel Nagasai will live forever. Will he? Will he? That doesn't seem accurate, given what we know. Duties Rota. Cooking, cleaning, gardening, overnight watch, washing, water collection. Dedicants Nosy, Raffelli, and Tranta. Excellent work lately. The universe will surely reward you. Who's the universe? Day of Rest. Boys, I expect the same output from you as from any other dedicant. Raise your standards. I suppose the boys would be Ori and Koi? O-N and K-N. Nagasai. Yeah. And also a P-N? And then there's Raffelli, Nosy, and Tranta. And also Q. How many Dedicants are there? 3, 4, 5 Dedicants? That doesn't seem right. Five Dedicants in the first Sentinel? That doesn't seem right. Maybe 5 Dedicants, the 2 boys, and the first Sentinel. So Rafeli, there's no R first name. So Rafeli has got to be Quanta. Quansa. Quansa Rafeli. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What did I do? Goat pond. Wow, that is a dead goat spewing foam. Belly. The belly is pink. The belly has been shaved. This is goat hair. Method continued. 5, start timer and observe results. 6, after test, clean equipment and water. Results. Only took 7 minutes to reach stage 1 and another 15 for the full effect. The method works. Ready to proceed. The bottle is unopened. This is some dead fish also vomiting foam? And yellow gloves? He's been poisoned! He's been infected with a poison. Ready to proceed. Okay. Died of vomiting foam. Probably. Could say food poisoning. Because someone put something in the rice. Oh, not necessarily in the rice. In whatever these people were also eating, right? Threw up all foamy after dinner, but soon I was fine again. We're the only 2 to have been affected. So this is the same as this, right? Yeah, I don't need to be looking at that. What I need to be looking at is this. So this is the only mild mix, which I think is going to be what's-his-face. So either the jasmine or the coriander or the cumin is the stuff that's poisoned. Jasmine, coriander, cumin. Fresh mix has none of those. Earth mix has much of those. Wild mix has the coriander. So, and none of, no, oh, there's jasmine in the earth mix also. Jasmine and cumin in the earth mix. But there's 2, okay, there's 2 wilds and 2 earth mixes. So it could be any of those. But this is the same dish, so whatever this is. So it's either the coriander, the cumin, or the jasmine. Newcomer's book. All right. If QR is setting the table, right? Cooking. Then it must be Monday? Oh, okay. We have to, if Quansa, hang on. Quansa laid the table for last night's dinner. So then the next day, This isn't Kwanzaa, this is KN. Which is nosy. No. Maybe. Is Koi Nagasai? KN is presumably Koi Nagasai? And then, KN and ON are the sons, and then GN is nosy. That seems right. Okay, so this implies that the day is now Tuesday, and the poisoning occurred on Monday. And whoever this is has the watering can, so they must be gardening. Which is GN, probably? Which is nosy, I think. Wait, GN has got to be Gresto, right? Because the only G... Yeah, GN has got to be Gresto. This morning's tragic events. By the time I awoke, Kwanzaa was already laying the table. Okay, no. This is Kwanzaa. This is Kwanzaa. Because this is this morning's events. Kwanzaa was laying the table this morning. Okay. So Kwanzaa Raffelli is in fact this idiot. Which means this idiot is watering on QR's day, gardening. So they are AT. Which is Tranta. We don't know their first name yet. And if they are Gresto, they are Gresto Nosy. Whose job is cleaning that day. Okay. Okay, this is starting to come together. So somebody was testing the poison out here, but we don't know how specifically. All right, let's look at this first. Antiemetics avoid alcohol during usage period. Prescribed by Dr. Jolene Prenzi. Wow, that is a remarkably non-Lemurian name. Homeopathic Solution 104, Moondrift. Prescribed by Rallo Krish. Calm and Restore Moisturizer with jojoba oil and jasmine petal paste. Mouthwash. A toothbrush. A straight razor. This is the right color for the foam. Right? So maybe it's in the jasmine? if somebody just put jojoba oil in with the jasmine? Jojoba oil is not an option, but maybe those words still exist. Or maybe somebody just put the moisturizer directly in there. Prescribed by Rollo Krish. All right, what have we got going on in here? Friday. Today is my son's 25th birthday, making them the same age as I was when I fulfilled the ancient prophecy and took on this mantle. Kwanzaa is concerned that our boys are not worthy of their destinies. I must admit, I am too. Kwanzaa is concerned that our boys are not worthy of their destinies. Implying that, yeah, okay, fine, but yeah, okay, great. I must admit I am too. Her intuition has developed impressively since she first arrived here, days before the second proclamation. She has become a fine mother. Everything is clear now. The waterfall agrees, and the universe has provided a solution that does not contradict any past proclamations. I will reveal the message this evening. First thing this morning, before anyone was awake, I found that our stupid goat escaped again. Must have chewed through his rope last night while we were all asleep, as he was definitely there when everyone went to bed yesterday. Okay. So Saturday there was a proclamation. Saturday night somebody escaped with the goat in order to practice poison. Now it is Monday, and the guy is dead. I guess this was the proclamation? First Sentinel Nagasai will live forever? And somebody immediately poisoned him? Maybe one of the sons? Because it sounds like his solution to my sons are not worthy of their destinies is I will live forever instead. It's the waterfall's proclamation. If you're not going to trust the waterfall, who are you going to trust? Don't you see? It's as I've been telling everyone for over a year now. Our father never truly understood the waterfall's proclamations. Clearly it is his spirit that will survive eternally. Now take this and pass it around outside once you're done. Okay. You are one of the Nagasai children. Our father. You're either Ori or Koi. Should there be an autopsy? Pravi. Pravi's not on this list. Ori. Okay, so this is Ori. Anya is the first name. So AT, this is Anya. No new first sentinel until another is chosen by the universe to fulfill the ancient proclamations. Okay, so Kwanzaa first arrived here days before the second proclamation. So Kwanzaa arrived here for February 11th or something like that. So Kwanzaa's been around for a while. This has got to be... Oh my god. These idiots are just straight up Beavis and Butthead, aren't they? How is this even possible after the waterfall's proclamation just the other day? He does have, however, the Nagasai look to him. So this must be Koi. Yeah, tell me these two aren't Beavis and Butthead. Go on, try. What's up, Eddie? How's it going? Absolutely not. No man of his position should ever be made to suffer such an indignity, in life or in death. Patient history. Pravi Nagasai. Oh, that's who Pravi is. Pravi is the guy. The guy is Pravi. Alright, well, get Pravi'd. Well, I can't put it in there yet. Why not? This is AT, though. Alright, I'll come back to this in a second. The man is not breathing. No joke! He is Pravi Nagasai. The strange hopping person here is probably the doctor with a Lemurian homeopathy here. Butthead and Beavis. Easy mistake to make. True, easy mistake to make. Known conditions. Blessed with Mark of the Universe, age 25. Destined to live forever. Oh. That's not what I wanted. Get out of here. I wanted to look at this guy. This is the Mark of the Universe? The no entry sign on his forehead is the Mark of the Universe? If you say so. Destined to live forever. Okay. Ongoing recommendations. Get plenty of sun on face as sign of respect for the fire that marked you. Oh. Maybe this burned part is the Mark of the Universe. Embrace rather than treat the marks with which you have been blessed. Homeopathy? If a certain substance normally causes a particular symptom, a homeopathic remedy made from that substance will cure the illness that produces that same symptom. Illness, symptom, alternate cause of symptom, homeopathic cure for illness. Hay fever, symptom, crying. Onions also cause you to cry, so onions can cure hay fever. Coffee also causes you to stay awake, so coffee can cure insomnia. Yeah, sure. Okay, the homeopathic recipe is Ralo Krish. So I guess this person is Ralo Krish. Is there an RC here? There is not. I guess they don't have to do work. You ought to start drinking more coffee before bedtime. Yeah, that seems like it would work, right? Oh, they have the Lemurian symbol up here for whatever the hell that's the Lemurian symbol for. I don't play this game close enough to the previous times I've played it to remember all of the Lemurian bits of lore from the previous games that are not actually relevant to solving the puzzles in the next game, but do provide like weird bits of world building and context. I don't remember what this symbol means. Copy of notes from previous appointment, November 10th, 1940. Symptoms, foamy vomit. Diagnosis, solar plexus chakra blockages. Prescription, homeopathic solution 104. Notes, all followers also affected. Some are so arrogant as to favor Western medicine. Those idiots. I guess he was on fire and then he got blessed by the waterfall or something. It's very weird. This whole business is very weird. I love the Lemurians. They are all so very weird. A bucket filled with vomit. Yep, foamy vomit. From what everyone here has told me, it sounds like the virus you all had a couple of weeks ago is going around again. Surprising, though. I'd have expected you all to be immune from getting it a second time. It's also strange that Mr. Nagasai succumbed to the virus, while the two others who caught it again seem to have shaken it off. We'll need a full autopsy to get to the bottom of this. 2 weeks ago, huh? No. November 10th. So somebody tried to kill him on November 10th and went back to the drawing board and finally succeeded 2 weeks ago. Yeah. The day after, second day after that happened. Saturday was the 14th. So Sunday, today is Monday, is the 26th. Saturday's the 14th, 24th. Saturday's the 24th, so Monday's the 26th. Patient history. Pravi Nagasai. Suffered severe burns as a young man, otherwise remarkably fit and healthy for his age. Cover burn areas from direct sunlight. Moisturize burn areas each night before bed. Oh, this is the other doctor. Jolene Prenzy. This feels like it is Jolene Prenzy's suitcase. So maybe Jolene Prenzy is the murderer. Western medicine, yeah, antiemetics. I did think Jolene Prenzy was a remarkably Western name. Bingo. Cool. So I have this all correct, which means my interpretation of the date is probably also correct. Jolene Prenzy, yeah. Okay, so the first Sentinel, as well as his two doctors, one Western, one Lemurian, are exempt from the chore rota, the duties rota. Funny that these rotas also use a 7-day week. Yeah, it's the exact same days, so that's really nice of them to have the exact same calendar as everyone else. Two more spots, huh? Copy of notes from previous appointment. November 10th, foamy vomit, and DP virus. Prescription antiemetics, fluids, and rest. All followers also infected. Some insist on taking Quack's medicine. Quack's medicine. Some are so arrogant as to favor Western medicine. I love it. All right, what's in here? Equipment must be washed in pure alcohol between tests to remove all contaminants, which is her stuff. Okay, yeah. So, Pravi Nagasai died of words. I don't know that food poisoning is right, but definitely died of poisoning of some kind. We got to figure out what someone put into the whatever. We also have to figure out what order people are in here. Both of the children are 25 years old. I think they're twins. I think they are supposed to be twins. Which is why there is a waterfall proclamation here. 1915. Yeah, 25 years old. Oh, wow. 25 years old to the day. Yeah, this timeline makes sense for Quensa showing up and immediately getting impregnated by Nagasai. By the first Sentinel. Which, I don't know, that feels like an abuse of power to me, but... You know, who am I to judge their culture? Making them the same age as I was when I fulfilled the ancient prophecy and took on this mantle. Which would have been here? perfectly in a position to judge their culture. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll take it. I don't think we have the details of when he took over, necessarily. As for Sentinel Nagasai's scribe of 28 years... Okay, 28. Ooh, okay. Okay, so this is on the other side. Because, hang on, I need the names. These idiots are both here. Their mother, Quensa, would be here just before they arrived. Just before these two paired off arrived. Gresto has been here for 28 years, so longer. And I guess this is the newcomer, Anya Tranta? 2 or fewer incorrect. Swap? I don't know how that is supposed to be a thing that I can determine. They both like the thing, though. Okay, so he died to whatever this is. Kitchen. Which recipes caused sickness? Okay. So, wild mix did cause sickness. Fresh mix did not. And mild mix also caused sickness. So, mint, mustard, coriander, jasmine, coriander, cumin must have been the coriander seeds. Which is this one, I think. Is that not the coriander? Is this backwards? What? What? Am I wrong about who is sick? These two were sick. Oh, these two were sick. Wait, so he wasn't sick? She, Quanta. This person wasn't sick? But these two were? They had the exact same dish. What? Okay, so the wild mix did, in fact, cause disease. This did, this did. So the only one that was safe was the earth mix. Mint chili mustard. Mint mustard. This person didn't get sick, though. The person that had the same dish as the first Sentinel. Right? Yeah, they got sick. And they got sick. These two got sick. So this one got sick. This one got sick with the fresh mix. This one got sick with the mild mix. The earth mix eater was untouched. And somehow somebody who had the wild mix was also untouched. So it must have been in the order that they were prepared? Okay, so this information is the same as the information that is present here. Chili powder. This is the mortar and pestle, which you would use to grind a thing. Jasmine, mint, mustard seeds. Just the leaves. So I don't know that you would even use a knife for that. So it could be that it's the mortar and pestle, because all of the ground stuff got contaminated. But then, yeah, the fact that both of these are the same dish, but only one of them caused sickness, means something is weird here. Who was preparing the food that night? It would have been Sunday, so it would have been GN. Would have been Gresto? All right. So the person preparing the food, I don't think Gresto poisoned him. The person preparing the food was unaware of the contaminant. Which I think means that the contaminant, given that the same dish was prepared twice and only one of them caused illness, I think that means the contaminant is on whatever was used to clean off the materials from the previous dish, which I think is the napkin. Ah. Two or fewer incorrect. Okay, so that's right. Unclear if that's right. That's right. That's right. So this is wrong? And also this is wrong. It's saying the wild mix didn't cause sickness? The wild mix both did and didn't cause sickness. I was really proud of this answer. Yeah, the earth mix didn't, and the wild mix didn't for one of the attendants, one of the dedicants. Phrasing. But all right, so if we assume it's just these two, then it's the mortar and pestle. Which is weird, because how did Nagasai die? How did the first Sentinel die if the mortar and pestle was the thing that was contaminated? That's very weird. The goat died because someone ground blank into a blank using the mortar and pestle and then put it on the goat's rope. Belly? Avoid alcohol during usage period. Moondrift. Homeopathic solution 104. Prescribed homeopathic solution 104 for foamy vomit. So homeopathic solution. The symptom is foamy vomit. So the homeopathic solution has to be made from something that would cause foamy vomit. Moondrift. I guess Moondrift? So this is Moondrift? Okay. So then, because someone put... Ground? Is ground here? What is Moondrift? Homeopathic Moondrift? I don't know, that's weird. Here, ground is here, but it's not... Put Moondrift virus. No idea what I'm doing here. None of this makes sense to me yet. Is it goat hair? Maybe I can have a rest? You can have a rest. They figured out goat hair? I guess it's goat hair. Ricci Advanced? That's cool. Congratulations on your Mahjong client. I don't care about Mahjong, unfortunately. Ground Moondrift into a paste. Using the... Oh, Moondrift paste. That's what that is. We had the words already. We know. Someone put Moondrift paste in the... Someone... Okay, I see. He didn't die because of what he ate. He died because of his thing getting poisoned. Something that he consumed that nobody else did. So clearly he died of goat virus, right? We'll call it food poisoning. So what did they put it into that only he would consume? In the wealth. In the sinners, yup. In the medicine? Maybe they put Moondrift paste in the Moondrift. I don't know what they put it into. Was it the food? It could have been the food. I don't think it was the food. What did only he eat? What did only he consume that nobody else consumed? The mortar and pestle was kind of an accident, I think. Like, the mortar and pestle was used and then put away without being fully cleaned. So anything that was ground caused the same symptoms. But for him to have been killed by it, it had to have been in something that only he was consuming, right? Not just from the mortar and pestle. Okay, actually, if it was just him... Oh, no, but somebody else had the wild mix, too. That was the problem I was running into before. Is, this person ate the same thing. So it couldn't have been in the ingredients. Maybe it was in the waterfall. We'll need a full autopsy. On DP virus, prescription antiemetics, fluids, and rest. So what did he alone consume? On the previous Sunday, right? The same day as this. Yeah, I see these gloves. So the Jolene is almost assuredly responsible for the poisoning. Although she might have been in cahoots with whichever Nagasai this one is. Ori. I mean, in the goat is technically accurate, but that's not an appropriate cause and effect. It feels like it should be in the medicine, because he was the only one having the medicine. But that is apparently also not correct, unless something else is not correct. Oh, this is the wrong thing. Is that also wrong? That's also wrong. So it's not food poisoning or moondrift poisoning. But poisoning is correct. Yeah, it's not food poisoning. It is moondrift poisoning. Okay. So it's moondrift poisoning because someone put moondrift paste in the whatever it is that we put it in. Yeah. All right. So it is Moondrift poisoning rather than food poisoning. So we have to figure out what someone put the Moondrift paste into. And that still feels like it should be medicine. It's not, but it should be. Putting it in the goat, while accurate, does not cause Pravi Nagasai to die. Was it the mortar and pestle? No. Yeah, because that's not what actually killed him. Because he didn't get it from the food. Other people got it from the food, but it was like a lower dosage. So what did it go into that only he consumed? If it's not medicine, what else is it? The moisturizer? Why? Did he eat the moisturizer? I guess it's blue, which is maybe how we should... Everyone else also took the medicine and survived, did they? Recently? That night? There's no reason to assume that anybody took the medicine that same night. Someone ground Moondrift into a paste using the mortar and pestle, and then put it on the goat's belly. I'm not sure where you're going with this. The goat chewed off a bunch of hair and ate all of the Moondrift paste and then vomited and died. Oh, it's not via being consumed. It's just because it was applied on the body. I see where you're getting at. Okay, that makes sense. That makes more sense. So moisturizer does make sense there. Okay, great. All right. So here we go. On Sunday, Prenzi Nagasai announced that he would live forever. Later, while on some kind of duty, I think it's Ori. I think Ori is the killer. Gardening duty? Took a... Alright, we'll figure that out later. We'll do the rest of it until we'll figure out who the killer is and on what duty they were. The goat was shaved. Yeah, that makes more sense to me. So yeah, the skin contact... I didn't connect on the skin contact thing. But yeah, you're right. The skin contact thing is what killed it. Prenzi Nagasai used the moisturizer. Therefore, when the mortar and pestle was used to prepare Sunday's dinner, it made people sick. Took a mortar and pestle to the pond. Maybe the goat? Took a goat to the pond? Could be. Would be the goat, wouldn't it? After it was done... Ah, yeah. Washed the mortar and pestle in the pond, which is why all the fish are also poisoned. Pond, there it is. But not with alcohol. Okay, so who do we think did it? Presumably Overnight Watch, so it would be PN? That's the person who's most likely to be awake at that point. On Saturday night. So who was on Overnight Watch Saturday night? KN. All right. KN would be Koi Nagasai. Two or fewer incorrect. So it's probably not Ori. Yeah, okay. So Koi is correct. Overnight Watch is correct. Maybe this is goat? No. Maybe. Yeah, maybe goat to the pond for a test. Okay. Pond to the pond. Yeah, that's incorrect. I agree. Oh, both of these are correct? Both goat and mortar and pestle are correct. Cool. That's good. I like that. All right. Fair enough. So right now I have two things wrong. Yes, and it's not Ori, it's Koi. Who is still a Nagasai, right? Yeah, Koi Nagasai. How does Lazarus Hearst factor into all this? I wish I remembered enough of the lore to be able to make that connection, honestly. I think it's fair to blame Lazarus Hearst for all of this, though. I think Lazarus Hearst is always to blame for anything that goes wrong in this universe. That's probably accurate. This is right, yeah? Okay. Washed is correct. So what am I missing? Is his name not Prenzy? It's... I have the wrong name for... Alright, yeah. His name is not Prenzy, as it turns out. So I was right the first time, I just didn't have the right name for the first Sentinel. Ah, figured it out. Figured it out. It all came together. Alright. Announced that he would live forever. Koi Nagasai decided to test the theory. 2 weeks before the first Sentinel's death, Rallo Krish had prescribed a homeopathic moondrift solution to treat the Andipi virus and its main symptom, foamy vomit. Koi theorized that, according to the key principles of homeopathy, I think it's homeopathy, the moondrift flower should therefore cause foamy vomit. He wondered if it could be used as a topical poison to kill his father without arousing suspicion, and set about his test. You're listening to MU Today with me, Girali Poma. Our top story this morning. The king has announced plans to step down from royal duties, following mounting pressure from the clergy and public. It's not because he's dead. It's because there is mounting pressure from the clergy and public. Of course. In a no, never mind. This is Orant to Lutri, not Lutri to whoever's following him. In a statement, Tikor Palace said King Orant would relinquish power to his son, Prince Lutri, at an official ceremony on Wednesday. The announcement follows days of unrest, in which crowds have taken to the streets to protest the king's recent solstice speech, which centered around plans to westernize Lemuria. Yeah, can't have that. Alright. Pravi is obviously Lazarus Hearst because Lazarus died by getting blown up, and that involves fire, and Pravi has burn marks. Yeah, alright, that checks out. I have zero evidence to the contrary. Alright, well, it is about that time, so we're going to continue this on a future stream. But we are done for the night. So, thank you for showing up, Jaddlers. I appreciate your presence here, but you have arrived at a terrible time. Never seen Pravi and Lazarus in the same room together at the same time. Yep, that's conclusive evidence, honestly. I can't imagine anything more conclusive than that one. You have zero evidence in the affirmative. Perfect, perfect. The theories can clash in the marketplace of ideas, I suppose. Thank you for the follow. And yeah, we're going to be done for now.